Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 1. Morning sunlight stretched softly across the eastern hills. Behind Ethan, the valley of morning bells rested peacefully beneath a veil of golden mist, though the village had disappeared beyond the rolling hills. The gentle chime of its tiny bells still seemed to linger in his heart. Ding, dong, chime. The little silver bell tied around his wrist swayed gently as he walked. Its quiet note blended with the rhythm of his footsteps. Beside his leather journal rested Thomas's hand-drawn map. It showed only a few simple landmarks: a winding river, rolling green hills, a field of white flowers, and one enormous tree standing alone beneath the open sky. Nothing more. No names, no distances, no directions. Only a small sentence written beneath the drawing. Asterisk, some places cannot be found by rushing. Asterisk. Ethan smiled. By now, he understood exactly what Thomas meant. The mountain path curved gently through wide meadows where morning dew sparkled like tiny diamonds upon the grass. Wild daisies nodded in the cool breeze. Blue butterflies floated lazily from flower to flower. Above, white clouds drifted slowly across a sky as calm as still water. The world seemed wonderfully unhurried. Hours passed peacefully. Ethan stopped beside a clear stream to enjoy the blueberry muffins Margaret had packed for him. The bread was still soft. The berries tasted sweet. As he sat upon a smooth stone, he noticed an elderly shepherd guiding a small flock of sheep across a distant hillside. The old man raised his walking stick with a warm smile. Ethan waved back. No words were needed. Some greetings belonged entirely to the morning. After resting, Ethan continued walking. By midday, the hills began to widen into an open plain. Tall grasses danced like gentle waves beneath the wind. The air carried the scent of wild mint and fresh earth. Then, something unusual caught his eye. Far ahead, thin strips of white cloth fluttered in the distance. At first, he thought they were birds, but they never flew away. Curious, he walked closer. Soon, he realized they were ribbons. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. They danced together upon the breeze like tiny clouds caught among invisible branches. Yet, he still couldn't see the tree, only the ribbons floating high above the grasses. The path eventually reached a simple wooden gate. No fence surrounded it. The gate stood alone, weathered by countless seasons. Above it hung a small cedar sign. Its carved letters had faded gently with time. Welcome. Walk slowly. Wish quietly. Beyond the gate, the path became narrower. Smooth white stones lined both sides. Lavender bushes released their calming fragrance into the warm afternoon air. The wind grew softer. Even the birds seemed to sing more quietly, almost as though they understood this place was special. As Ethan rounded one final bend, he stopped, his breath caught in quiet wonder. Standing alone in the center of a vast green meadow was the largest tree he had ever seen. Its trunk was wider than a cottage. Its roots stretched across the earth like gentle rivers. Its branches reached toward the sky in every direction, forming a canopy so wide that it seemed to shelter the entire meadow beneath it. From every branch hung countless ribbons: white, blue, golden, lavender, soft green. Each ribbon carried a tiny folded piece of paper. Some fluttered lightly, others rested peacefully against the bark. The tree shimmered beneath the afternoon sunlight. not because of magic, but because hope itself seemed to live among its branches. The breeze moved gently through the leaves. Thousands of ribbons answered together with the softest whisper. Not bells, not voices, only paper brushing softly against paper. It sounded almost like people sharing dreams with the wind. Near the base of the great tree sat a small wooden table. Upon it rested handmade paper, cedar pencils, colorful ribbons, and a simple clay bowl filled with smooth river stones. No one guarded the table. No one collected payment. Only another wooden sign stood beside it. Its words were beautifully carved. Leave a wish, leave a gratitude, or simply leave your heart a little lighter. Ethan read the sign twice. Then he looked up once more at the enormous tree. For the first time in many days, he felt no need to hurry toward the next destination. Some places were not meant to be passed through. They were meant to be quietly experienced. The breeze stirred the ribbons once again. Far above, one tiny white ribbon danced a little longer than the others, as if gently inviting Ethan closer. He smiled. Somewhere beneath those ancient branches, another peaceful story was waiting to be discovered. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 2. For several quiet moments, Ethan remained standing at the edge of the meadow. The great tree seemed almost timeless. Its branches stretched across the sky like gentle arms welcoming every traveler who arrived. The countless ribbons fluttered softly in the afternoon breeze. White, blue, lavender, golden, soft green. Each carried a folded note. Each held a quiet piece of someone's heart. Yet despite the thousands of wishes hanging above him, the meadow felt wonderfully peaceful. Not crowded, not heavy, only calm. Ethan walked slowly toward the tree. With every step, the whisper of the ribbons grew clearer. Rustle, rustle, rustle. It sounded almost like pages of a beloved book being turned one by one. Near the trunk, he noticed people sitting quietly beneath the shade. A young mother and her little daughter carefully tied a pale blue ribbon to a low branch. An elderly couple sat hand in hand without speaking. A traveler rested against one of the great roots, peacefully reading a worn leather journal. No one interrupted another. Everyone seemed to understand that silence was part of the gift this place offered. Beside the wooden table stood an elderly woman arranging fresh wildflowers in a simple clay vase. Her silver hair was tied neatly beneath a wide straw hat. She hummed a gentle tune as she worked. When Ethan approached, she looked up with kind, smiling eyes. "Welcome." Her voice was soft, like the breeze moving through the leaves. "I've been expecting another traveler." Ethan smiled politely. "My name is Ethan." The woman placed another white daisy into the vase. "I'm Eleanor. I've cared for this tree for nearly 40 years." Ethan looked up into the endless branches. "Did you plant it?" Eleanor laughed gently. "Oh no, this tree was already old when my grandmother was a little girl." She lovingly rested one hand upon the ancient bark. "We simply care for it. It has spent centuries caring for us." Ethan touched the trunk. Its bark was deeply textured and wonderfully warm beneath the afternoon sun. It felt strong, steady, almost comforting. Eleanor noticed his expression. Many people think this tree grants wishes. She smiled kindly. "I've never believed that." Ethan looked at her with curiosity. "What do you believe?" She picked up one of the blank sheets of handmade paper from the table. "I think The tree gives people something much more valuable. She folded the paper once, then again, before gently opening it. It gives them permission. Permission? Eleanor nodded. Permission to finally say what has been living quietly inside their hearts. She looked toward the thousands of ribbons dancing overhead. Some people write dreams. Some write fears. Some write forgiveness. Some simply write, "Thank you." The breeze passed gently through the branches. Thousands of ribbons whispered together. Ethan listened carefully. He remembered Thomas's words. A traveler never truly leaves. Perhaps, neither did their hopes. Eleanor reached beneath the table and removed a small wooden basket. Inside were hundreds of smooth cedar tokens. Each was carved with a single leaf. She handed one to Ethan. "Every visitor receives one." "What is it for?" he asked. She smiled. "Not today. Someday, when your heart feels uncertain, hold it. And remember that even the oldest trees began as tiny seeds." Ethan turned the little cedar token over in his hand. It was simple, beautiful, light enough to carry anywhere. Just then, a little girl skipped happily toward Eleanor. She held a pink ribbon tightly in both hands. "I finished mine," she whispered proudly. Eleanor knelt beside her. "Would you like me to tie it? Or would you like the tree to feel your hands?" The little girl smiled. "My hands." Together, they walked to a low branch. The child carefully tied the ribbon herself. When she finished, she stepped back and looked up. Her smile grew wider. Ethan noticed something beautiful. She didn't wait. She didn't stare at the ribbon. She simply smiled, then ran back to her parents. Eleanor watched her go. "That's the secret." "What secret?" She looked gently at Ethan. "After you leave your wish, you leave it. You don't carry it anymore." The afternoon breeze swept softly through the great tree. Thousands of ribbons danced together beneath the golden sky. And for the first time, Ethan began to understand that letting go could sometimes feel even lighter than holding on. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 3. The afternoon sun filtered gently through the enormous canopy. Its light slipped between thousands of leaves, painting moving patterns across the soft green grass. Ethan remained beneath the ancient tree, quietly watching the ribbons sway. Each one moved a little differently. Some danced freely in the breeze. Others barely stirred at all. Yet together, they created a peaceful rhythm that seemed as old as the tree itself. Eleanor picked up a small wicker basket. Inside were neatly folded notes. Unlike the ribbons hanging from the branches, these carried no names and no colors. Only plain handmade paper. She smiled at Ethan. "Come, there's something I'd like to show you." They walked slowly around the massive trunk. The farther they went, the quieter the meadow became. The voices of other visitors faded into the distance. Soon they reached the opposite side of the tree. There, nestled between two great roots, stood a tiny wooden door. It was no taller than Eleanor's waist. Its surface was carved with delicate leaves, tiny birds, and flowing streams. A single brass handle gleamed softly in the afternoon light. Ethan looked at it curiously. "I didn't notice this before." "Most people don't," Eleanor replied with a gentle smile. She unlocked the little door with an old bronze key. Inside was not a room, but a hollow within the ancient trunk. Warm cedar fragrance drifted gently into the air. Dozens of wooden shelves had been carefully built inside. On them rested hundreds of small journals. Some looked new. Others had faded with age. Each journal was wrapped in cloth and tied with a simple ribbon. Ethan whispered, "What are these?" Eleanor carefully lifted one from the shelf. The Book of Returned Wishes. She placed it gently in Ethan's hands. It belongs to a traveler who visited 23 years ago. Ethan opened it carefully. The first page contained only a short sentence. Asterisk. Today I leave my greatest wish beneath this tree. Asterisk. Several pages later, another entry appeared. It was written in the same handwriting, but many years afterward. Asterisk. I returned, not because my wish came true exactly as I imagined, but because life gave me something even kinder. Asterisk. Ethan smiled softly. The words felt honest. Hopeful. Eleanor nodded. Every few years, some travelers come back, not to see whether the ribbon is still here. They know it probably isn't. She looked toward the branches overhead. The wind eventually carries every ribbon away. Ethan looked surprised. It does. She smiled. Nothing stays forever. When the ribbons become worn by rain and sunshine, we gently return them to the earth. The paper becomes soil. The ribbon becomes memory. And the wish. She rested her hand against the ancient trunk. It has already done its work. Ethan thought quietly. So the tree doesn't keep the wishes? Eleanor shook her head. No, the people do. The tree simply teaches them how to let go. A gentle silence settled between them. Outside, the breeze whispered through the leaves. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Eleanor selected another journal. Its cover was worn smooth by many hands. My favorite. She opened it to a page marked with a pressed maple leaf. A child had written in careful, uneven letters. Asterisk. I wish my grandfather smiles again. Asterisk. Several pages later, written years afterward, the same person had returned. Asterisk. He never became healthy again, but he smiled every day we had left together. That became my true wish. Asterisk. Ethan closed the journal slowly. He felt his eyes grow warm, not with sadness, but with quiet understanding. Life did not always unfold exactly as people hoped. Sometimes, it offered something different, something gentler, something they had never thought to ask for. Eleanor carefully returned the journals to their shelves. Then she closed the little wooden door. The brass lock clicked softly. Some people think hope means knowing everything will happen the way we want. She smiled kindly. I've learned. Hope is trusting that kindness can still find us, even when life surprises us. Ethan looked up through the branches of the great tree. Sunlight shimmered among thousands of ribbons. Each one had once carried a dream, a fear, a prayer, or a simple thank you. Now, they had become part of something much larger than themselves. A gentle breeze passed through the meadow. High above, a single white ribbon broke free from its branch. It floated gracefully through the air, not downward, but outward across the open field. Eleanor watched it disappear toward the horizon. She smiled. The wind knows where to carry it. Ethan followed the ribbon with his eyes until it became too small to see. And somehow, he felt that some journeys were meant to continue long after they had left our hands. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 4. For a long while, Ethan watched the little white ribbon drift across the meadow until it disappeared into the bright afternoon sky. He expected to feel a sense of loss. Instead, he felt strangely peaceful. The ribbon had not vanished. It had simply continued its journey. Eleanor smiled as though she understood exactly what he was thinking. My grandfather used to tell me, a wish is like a bird. If you keep it locked inside your hands, it can never learn to fly. They began walking slowly beneath the enormous branches of the ancient tree. The deeper they wandered into its shade, the cooler the air became. The sunlight filtered through thousands of emerald leaves, creating moving circles of light upon the grass. Small wooden benches rested among the roots. Some travelers sat quietly reading. Others simply closed their eyes, listening to the gentle whisper of the ribbons overhead. No one seemed to feel the need to speak. The tree invited silence, not loneliness, but peaceful silence. As they continued, Ethan noticed dozens of tiny birdhouses hanging from the lower branches. Each one was handmade. Some were carved with flowers, others with stars, mountains, or little rivers. Sparrows and bluebirds flew happily in and out of them. Eleanor stopped beside one shaped like a tiny cottage. She smiled. The birds have become part of the tradition. Ethan looked up as a small robin landed on a nearby branch. It feels like they belong here. They do, Eleanor replied. They've carried more wishes than anyone realizes. Ethan looked puzzled. How? Eleanor pointed toward the ribbons dancing in the breeze. Sometimes, when a ribbon finally grows old enough to fall, a bird gathers a thread from it. It carries that thread to build its nest. She watched the robin disappear into the leaves. So even after the ribbon is gone, a little piece of someone's hope helps create a new home. Ethan smiled. He had never thought of hope that way. Not something that ended, but something that quietly became part of another beginning. A little farther ahead, they reached a wide circle of smooth white stones arranged around one of the largest roots. In the center rested a single empty wooden chair. Unlike every other bench beneath the tree, this chair faced outward toward the open meadow. No one sat there. Ethan looked at it curiously. Why is it empty? Eleanor's smile became softer. Because it's always waiting. Waiting for whom? For someone who needs a friend. She let the words settle before continuing. Sometimes travelers arrive carrying heavy hearts. They've lost someone. They're uncertain about tomorrow. They simply need a place to sit. She looked at the chair. So we never place anything there. Not flowers. Not signs. Not decorations. Only space. So whoever sits there never feels alone. A gentle breeze moved through the branches. Thousands of ribbons whispered above them. The empty chair remained still beneath the great tree. It looked wonderfully ordinary, yet somehow, it felt like one of the most welcoming places Ethan had ever seen. Eleanor walked to a nearby wooden box and opened it. Inside were dozens of tiny woven cushions in different colors. She selected one and placed it carefully upon the chair. There, now it's ready for today's visitor. Just then, an elderly traveler slowly entered the meadow through the wooden gate. His shoulders were slightly bent. His steps were careful. He carried no luggage, only a walking stick polished smooth by many years of use. Without saying a word, he made his way toward the empty chair. He sat quietly, closed his eyes, and simply listened to the wind moving through the ribbons. No one approached him. No one interrupted him. The tree and the silence were enough. Ethan watched quietly. He finally understood. Not every kindness required words. Sometimes, The greatest gift anyone could offer was simply a peaceful place to rest. The afternoon shadows slowly stretched across the meadow. Sunlight turned warmer, golden. The ribbons shimmered like tiny stars among the leaves. Eleanor looked toward the western sky. In a little while, the keepers will arrive. Ethan tilted his head. The keepers? She nodded gently. The people who gather the wishes the wind has already released. Her eyes sparkled with quiet anticipation. It's one of the oldest traditions beneath this tree. And somewhere beyond the meadow, the soft sound of approaching footsteps could already be heard. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 5. The gentle footsteps grew a little closer. Not hurried, not heavy, simply steady. Ethan turned toward the narrow path leading into the meadow. Soon, 5 elderly men and women appeared beneath the shade of the great tree. Each wore a simple linen cloak in soft earth tones. Some carried woven baskets. Others held small wooden ladders polished smooth by many years of careful hands. Around each person's neck hung a tiny wooden pendant carved in the shape of a single leaf. Eleanor smiled warmly. They've arrived. The keepers of wishes. The group greeted Eleanor with quiet bows. Then each offered Ethan a gentle smile. No introductions were needed. There was an unmistakable kindness in their eyes. An elderly man with silver hair stepped forward. "My name is Arthur." His voice was calm and welcoming. "We care for the tree." Ethan looked up into the endless canopy. "Do you collect the ribbons?" Arthur nodded. "Only the ones the tree has finished holding." He raised one of the woven baskets. "Nothing is ever taken too early. The wind decides." Ethan remembered what Thomas had once said about the great bell. Asterisk, the wind decides. Asterisk. It seemed nature guided many of the traditions along his journey. Arthur noticed Ethan looking thoughtfully at the basket. He smiled. "Would you like to help us today?" "I'd be honored," Ethan replied. The keepers slowly spread out beneath the enormous branches. None of them climbed carelessly. Instead, they used short wooden ladders only where needed. Most of the faded ribbons had already drifted down naturally onto the grass. Each keeper gently picked them up as though handling something precious. No ribbon was pulled from a living branch. Only those that had completed their quiet journey were gathered. Arthur handed Ethan an empty basket. "Walk slowly. There's no need to search. The ribbons will find your eyes." Ethan wandered beneath the tree. At first, he saw only grass and fallen leaves. Then, a pale lavender ribbon rested beside one of the great roots. Its paper had softened with rain and sunshine. The writing had faded until it could no longer be read. He lifted it carefully. It felt surprisingly light, almost weightless. A little farther on, he found a white ribbon tangled gently among wildflowers. Then a blue one resting beside a smooth stone. Each ribbon seemed to have landed exactly where it belonged. After nearly an hour, the baskets were filled. No one had spoken very much. The work itself felt peaceful, almost like a quiet meditation. When everyone returned to the center of the meadow, Eleanor brought out a large handmade blanket woven from soft wool. The keepers carefully emptied their baskets onto it. Hundreds of faded ribbons formed a colorful little hill. Some were barely recognizable after many seasons beneath the sun. Arthur knelt beside them. Every one of these once carried someone's hope. He looked around at the group. And today, we thank them, one by one. Each keeper gently placed a hand upon the ribbons. No speeches, no ceremony, only a few quiet moments of gratitude. Ethan followed their example. He rested his hand lightly on the colorful bundle. Though he had never known the people who wrote those wishes, he felt connected to them. Each had once stood beneath this very tree. Each had trusted the wind with something deeply personal. Arthur smiled. Our work isn't finished. He lifted one faded ribbon. We never throw them away. Instead, Eleanor brought forward a beautifully carved cedar chest. Inside were dried flower petals, fragrant herbs, and fine natural fibers. We give every ribbon one final purpose, she explained. She gently placed the faded ribbon into the chest. Over time, they become handmade paper. Ethan's eyes widened. The paper for new wishes? Arthur nodded. Exactly. The hopes of yesterday become the place where tomorrow's hopes begin. The words settled quietly into Ethan's heart. Nothing here was wasted. Not kindness. Not memories. Not even old dreams. Everything became the beginning of something new. Just then, a cool afternoon breeze swept gently through the branches above. Thousands of ribbons danced together in the sunlight. One small golden ribbon loosened itself and floated slowly downward. It landed softly in the palm of Ethan's hand. Arthur looked at it and smiled. It seems the tree has given you a gift. Ethan looked at the tiny ribbon. The writing had long since disappeared. Only the ribbon itself remained. Arthur spoke almost in a whisper. Keep it, not to remember the wish, but to remember that every hope, once released with love, continues its journey in ways we may never see. Ethan folded the little golden ribbon carefully and tucked it inside his journal. Outside the shade of the great tree, the afternoon light had begun to soften. The day was gently moving toward evening, and with it, another quiet lesson was waiting beneath the ancient branches. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 6. The afternoon sun slowly drifted toward the western hills. Its golden light poured through the branches of the ancient tree, turning every ribbon into a tiny ribbon of light. The meadow glowed softly. Long shadows stretched across the grass. After the keepers had carefully stored the faded ribbons inside the cedar chest, Arthur gently closed its lid. The carved leaves upon the wood caught the warm sunlight. He smiled at Ethan. Come, there's one more place beneath this tree. Together, Ethan, Eleanor, and Arthur walked toward the far side of the meadow. The great roots became larger here, rising gently from the earth like natural stone bridges. Wild moss covered them in rich shades of emerald. Tiny white flowers bloomed wherever sunlight touched the ground. Birdsong echoed softly through the branches overhead. After a short walk, they reached a small circular pond hidden beneath the widest part of the tree. The water was perfectly still. It reflected every leaf, every ribbon, and every passing cloud with remarkable clarity. Not a single ripple disturbed its surface. At the edge of the pond rested a smooth stone with a simple inscription. See your heart as gently as you see this water. Ethan knelt beside the pond. His reflection gazed back at him. Peaceful, calm, almost different from the traveler who had first left home. Arthur sat quietly beside him. Do you know why this pond was never connected to the nearby stream? Ethan shook his head. Arthur picked up a single fallen leaf and placed it softly upon the water. The leaf floated slowly without disturbing the reflection. If rushing water flowed through here, the surface would always be moving. It could never reflect the sky clearly. He looked toward Ethan. Our hearts are much the same. When they're filled with constant hurry, it's difficult to see anything clearly. The words reminded Ethan of the still mountain lake he had visited many days before. Every peaceful place seemed connected somehow. Each lesson quietly echoed the last. Eleanor reached into her apron pocket and removed 3 tiny pebbles. One was white, one was gray, one was black. She placed them gently into Ethan's hand. Every evening, visitors who wish to may leave one pebble here. What do they mean? Ethan asked. She smiled. The white stone represents gratitude. The gray stone represents forgiveness. The black stone represents worry. You choose only one and leave it beside the pond. Ethan looked thoughtfully at the 3 little stones. He closed his fingers around them. His journey had been filled with quiet blessings. He thought of Benjamin, Grace, Samuel, Thomas, Eleanor. So many kind souls had gently changed the way he saw the world. Without hesitation, he chose the white pebble. Together, they walked to the pond's edge. Ethan placed the white stone carefully among hundreds of others resting beneath the great tree. Each pebble had once represented someone's quiet gratitude. No names, no dates, only thankful hearts. Arthur smiled warmly. The tree asks for nothing, but gratitude always helps its roots grow deeper. Ethan looked at the ancient trunk towering above them. He knew the roots did not truly need the stones. The people did. The simple act of saying thank you had quietly changed something inside them. Just then, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves overhead. Thousands of ribbons whispered together. The pond reflected the moving branches like a painting coming to life. Then, from somewhere beyond the meadow, a soft melody drifted through the evening air. It wasn't bells, nor birds. It sounded like a wooden flute, gentle, slow, almost as though the wind itself had learned to sing. Eleanor smiled the moment she heard it. The evening musician has arrived. Ethan looked toward the distant path where the melody floated between the trees. Who is he? Arthur chuckled softly. No one knows exactly. He comes only at sunset. He plays. He smiles. And before the stars appear, he quietly disappears again. The flute continued its peaceful melody. Each note seemed to invite the meadow into an even deeper silence. Ethan stood. Somehow, he already knew this mysterious musician would carry another gentle lesson, one that could only be heard by those willing to truly listen. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 7, the melody of the wooden flute drifted gently across the meadow. It was neither joyful nor sad. It simply belonged to the evening. Each note rose softly into the branches of the ancient tree before floating away with the breeze. Ethan looked toward the western path. Between the tall grasses, a lone figure slowly appeared. He walked with calm, measured steps. A wide straw hat shaded his face. His clothes were simple linen, the color of autumn wheat. Across his shoulder hung a small leather satchel. In his hands rested a beautifully carved wooden flute. As he walked, he continued to play. The music never hurried. It seemed to breathe with the wind itself. Arthur smiled. Right on time. Eleanor nodded. He has never missed a sunset. The traveler finally reached the shade of the great tree. He lowered the flute, and offered everyone a gentle bow. No grand introduction, no announcement, only a warm smile. "Good evening," he said. His voice was as calm as his music. Ethan returned the smile. "My name is Ethan." The man nodded. "I'm Lucas. Most people simply call me the evening musician." He sat beneath one of the great roots and carefully placed the flute across his knees. For a few moments, everyone simply enjoyed the peaceful silence. Then Ethan asked, "Why do you only play at sunset?" Lucas looked toward the horizon where the golden light had begun to soften into amber. "Because sunset teaches us something that sunrise cannot." Ethan listened quietly. Lucas continued, "Morning invites us to begin. Evening invites us to release." He gently picked up a single golden leaf that had fallen onto the grass. Every day gives us beautiful moments and difficult ones. He let the leaf rest upon the palm of his hand. If we carry all of them forever, our hearts grow too heavy. The breeze caught the leaf. It lifted gently into the air before drifting across the meadow. Lucas smiled. "So every evening, I play one song, and while the music fills the air, people quietly let one burden go." Ethan looked around. Visitors beneath the tree had closed their eyes. Some smiled softly. Others simply breathed deeply. No one spoke. The melody itself seemed enough. Lucas raised the wooden flute once more. The first note floated gently into the evening sky. Soft, warm, peaceful. The tune wandered slowly through the meadow. It danced among the ribbons, brushed gently against the leaves, crossed the still pond, and disappeared beyond the rolling hills. Ethan closed his eyes. Without trying, his thoughts became quieter. The worries that often followed him from place to place seemed to loosen their grip, not because they had disappeared, but because, for this one beautiful moment, they no longer needed his attention. The music continued, slow and steady, like breathing. When the final note faded, the meadow remained silent. No applause, no words, only the whisper of thousands of ribbons moving gently overhead. Lucas lowered the flute. The silence after music, he smiled, is part of the song. Arthur nodded with quiet agreement. "My grandmother used to say the same thing." Lucas looked toward Ethan. "You've traveled through many peaceful places. I imagine each one has given you something." Ethan thought for a moment. "A lesson." Lucas smiled. "And today?" Ethan looked up into the branches of the great tree. "I think today taught me that hope isn't about holding tighter. It's about trusting enough to let go." Lucas's eyes shone with quiet happiness. He reached into his satchel and removed a tiny object wrapped in linen. He placed it gently into Ethan's hands. Inside was a small wooden flute, no longer than Ethan's hand. Simple, smooth, beautifully carved from pale cedar. "It isn't meant to play loudly," Lucas said. "In fact, it may never make a perfect melody." Ethan looked at him curiously. "Then why carry it?" Lucas smiled. "Because sometimes, hope doesn't need perfect music. It only needs someone willing to breathe gently into tomorrow." The evening breeze stirred once again. High above, thousands of ribbons shimmered beneath the golden sky, and somewhere beyond the distant hills, the first star of the evening quietly appeared. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 8. The first evening star glimmered quietly above the western horizon. Its gentle light appeared long before the sky had fully surrendered to night. Beneath the great tree, The meadow was wrapped in a warm amber glow. The setting sun painted every ribbon with shades of gold, rose, and soft lavender. Lucas carefully placed his flute back inside its linen wrap. He looked toward the ancient tree with a peaceful smile. The tree becomes even more beautiful after sunset. Ethan glanced upward. It already feels magical. Lucas chuckled softly. That's because you've only seen it in daylight. Come, I'd like to show you something few travelers notice. Together, Ethan, Lucas, Eleanor, and Arthur followed a narrow footpath that circled behind the massive trunk. As twilight deepened, tiny lanterns slowly began to glow. They weren't hanging from branches. Instead, they rested quietly among the great roots. Small glass lanterns. Simple, handmade. Their warm golden light blended gently with the fading evening sky. Ethan noticed that none of them burned with ordinary flames. Inside each lantern floated tiny glowing fireflies, dozens of them. Their soft light pulsed gently, never disturbing the peaceful darkness. Ethan whispered, "They're beautiful." Eleanor smiled. "We never trap them. Every morning, they return to the forest. And every evening, they choose to come back." Lucas nodded. Light that is invited always shines more gently than light that is forced. The words settled softly into Ethan's thoughts. Soon they reached a wide clearing beneath one of the largest branches. There stood a long wooden table covered with hundreds of tiny folded paper lanterns. Each one was carefully handmade. Some were white, others pale blue, soft green, or warm gold. Beside them rested brushes, ink, and small cedar stamps shaped like leaves. Arthur gently picked up one of the lanterns. Every evening, visitors who wished to may write one sentence. Not a wish, not a fear. He smiled. A promise. Ethan looked at him curiously. A promise to whom? Arthur folded the little lantern in his hands. To themselves. Lucas added quietly, "Hope grows stronger when it is gently supported by our own choices." Visitors gathered silently around the table. No one hurried. One by one, they wrote short promises before carefully folding the lanterns closed. Ethan watched an elderly woman smile as she finished hers. A young boy carefully drew a tiny heart beside his words. A traveler simply wrote one line and quietly closed his eyes before folding the paper. No one read another person's promise. Some promises belonged only to the heart that had written them. Arthur handed Ethan a blank lantern, along with a small brush dipped in deep black ink. There is no perfect promise, only an honest one. Ethan held the brush for a long moment. His journey had changed him, not in loud or dramatic ways, but quietly, patiently. He thought of every lesson he had gathered. Then, in slow, careful handwriting, he wrote, "I will notice beauty, even on ordinary days." He looked at the words for a few seconds, then gently folded the lantern. Arthur smiled. A beautiful promise. Eleanor stamped the lantern with a tiny cedar leaf. This tells the tree that your promise has already begun. As darkness settled fully across the meadow, everyone carried their folded lanterns toward the center of the great tree. There, suspended from low branches, hung delicate wooden circles woven from willow. Each visitor gently placed their lantern inside one of the circles. No fire, no flames, only paper, leaves, and quiet intention. The breeze passed softly through the branches. The paper lanterns swayed together. Above them, thousands of ribbons whispered their endless conversation with the wind. Lucas looked toward the deepening sky. The stars are almost ready. He smiled gently at Ethan. When they appear, the oldest tradition beneath this tree begins. Ethan lifted his eyes. One by one, tiny stars were awakening above the ancient branches, and somewhere high within the leaves, a single white owl spread its wings without making a sound. The night was only just beginning. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 9. Night settled gently over the meadow. The last colors of sunset faded into a deep velvet blue. Above the great tree, countless stars slowly awakened, filling the sky with soft silver light. The ancient branches seemed to stretch toward the heavens as if greeting old friends. A cool breeze wandered through the leaves. Thousands of ribbons answered with their familiar whisper. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The paper lanterns hanging inside the willow circles swayed gently. Though they held no flames, the tiny fireflies resting among the roots filled the meadow with a warm golden glow. It felt as if the stars had quietly descended to the earth. Lucas looked toward the sky. The oldest tradition begins when the first constellation appears. Ethan followed his gaze. High above the eastern horizon, 7 bright stars slowly emerged. Arthur smiled. The traveler's lantern. Ethan tilted his head. I've never heard of it. Arthur chuckled softly. Most maps give it another name. But here, we remember it differently. He pointed gently toward the stars. My grandfather believed those lights guided every hopeful heart that dared to keep walking. No one spoke for several moments. The meadow rested in peaceful silence. Then Eleanor quietly carried a shallow wooden bowl to the center of the gathering. Inside lay dozens of smooth white feathers. Each one looked almost weightless. Ethan picked one up carefully. It was soft and pure, catching the lantern light with a gentle glow. What are these for? He asked. Eleanor smiled. They remind us of something important. She looked around at the visitors. Tonight, we release what no longer needs to stay. One by one, people stepped forward. They closed their eyes for a brief moment, held a feather gently between their hands. Then they opened their fingers and allowed the breeze to carry it away. No words, no explanations, only quiet trust. The feathers floated through the moonlit meadow like tiny clouds. Some drifted into the tall grass. Others disappeared among the branches. A few rose surprisingly high before vanishing into the night. Lucas watched them with a peaceful smile. We never chased them. Ethan understood why. Some things became lighter only after they were allowed to leave. Arthur handed Ethan another feather. You don't have to imagine anything complicated. He smiled. Simply think of one burden that has grown too heavy. Ethan held the feather carefully. His thoughts wandered back to the beginning of his journey. He remembered how often he had worried about finding the perfect path, the perfect answer, the perfect destination. But every peaceful place had quietly taught him the same lesson. Life was never meant to be perfect, only lived with kindness. He smiled softly, then opened his hand. The breeze caught the feather immediately. It rose gently into the air, turning once, twice, then drifting upward between the ribbons. Ethan watched until it disappeared among the branches. He felt lighter, not because all uncertainty had vanished, but because he no longer felt the need to carry every question alone. Lucas picked up his flute once more. This time, he played only a few quiet notes. The melody was even softer than before. It floated upward instead of outward, almost as if it were greeting the stars themselves. The white owl Ethan had noticed earlier glided silently from one branch to another. It perched high above the gathering, watching peacefully. Eleanor looked up and smiled. "She comes every evening. Has she always lived here?" Ethan asked. "For as long as anyone remembers." Arthur nodded. "My grandmother called her the keeper of quiet nights. They believed she watches over every hope left beneath this tree until morning." The owl blinked slowly. Its silver feathers shimmered beneath the starlight. For a brief moment, the entire meadow seemed suspended between earth and sky. No hurry, no fear, only peace. Lucas lowered his flute. "The night still has one final gift." He smiled gently. "When the moon reaches the highest branch, the tree tells its oldest story." Ethan looked toward the ancient canopy. The full moon was slowly climbing higher. Its silver light touched the highest leaves one by one, somewhere within the whispering branches. Another timeless lesson was patiently waiting to be heard. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 10. The moon climbed higher into the night sky. Its silver light slowly reached the highest branch of the ancient tree, bathing the leaves in a gentle glow. The entire meadow became still. Even the breeze seemed to pause. The ribbons no longer fluttered wildly. Instead, they swayed with slow, graceful movements, as though listening for something only they could hear. Lucas quietly lowered his flute. Arthur removed his hat. Eleanor folded her hands. Every visitor beneath the tree instinctively grew silent. Ethan noticed that no one had announced the beginning of the tradition. No bell had rung. No signal had been given. Everyone simply knew. Arthur smiled softly. "It's time." He walked to the center of the great tree, where its enormous trunk divided into 4 ancient branches. Resting against the bark was an old wooden stool. Upon it lay a thick leather-bound book. Its cover was worn smooth by countless hands. Pressed into the leather was the image of a single leaf carried by the wind. Ethan looked at it with quiet curiosity. "What is that?" Eleanor answered almost in a whisper. "The Book of Quiet Wishes." Arthur carefully opened the book. Its pages were made of handmade paper, yellowed gently by time. Each page held only one story. Not long, not dramatic. Just simple moments written by travelers who had returned years after leaving this place. Arthur turned to a page marked with a dried white blossom. He began to read. "Many years ago, a young woman came here carrying a heart full of fear. She wrote only 4 words on her ribbon. 'Help me find courage.' Then she tied it to a low branch and walked away. She never returned for 15 years. When she finally came back, someone asked whether her wish had come true. She smiled and answered, 'No.' Everyone looked surprised. Then she gently laughed and said, 'Something even better happened. Life quietly taught me that courage had been growing inside me all along.'" Arthur closed the book. The meadow remained completely silent. The story was simple, yet it settled deeply into every listening heart. Ethan looked up into the moonlit branches. Thousands of ribbons shimmered softly above him. He wondered how many hopes had slowly transformed into wisdom over the years. Lucas spoke quietly. "Most wishes don't arrive the way we imagine. They arrived disguised as ordinary days. Eleanor nodded. A conversation, a sunrise, a stranger's kindness, a lesson we weren't expecting. Arthur smiled. Sometimes, the answer to a wish isn't receiving something new. It's finally noticing what was already there. Ethan thought about his own journey. He had set out searching for peaceful places, but perhaps what he had truly been finding was a quieter version of himself. The white owl glided silently from the highest branch. It circled the meadow once before returning to its familiar place. Its wings made no sound. Only the ribbons whispered beneath the moonlight. Arthur gently closed the book of quiet wishes and tied it with a simple linen ribbon. No one reads more than one story each night. Ethan looked surprised. There are hundreds of pages. Arthur smiled. Yes, but wisdom grows best when we give it space. The words reminded Ethan of every lesson he had learned since leaving home. None had been rushed. None had demanded attention. Each had arrived quietly, like seeds finding good soil. The moonlight brightened. Tiny silver reflections shimmered across the leaves. Then, without warning, a single ribbon loosened from one of the highest branches. It drifted downward through the moonlight, turning slowly, almost gracefully dancing with the wind. Instead of falling to the ground, it landed gently between the pages of the closed book. Arthur smiled warmly. It seems the tree has chosen tomorrow's story. No one reached for it. No one opened the book. Some stories were meant to wait. Ethan looked toward the endless branches one more time. The night still felt wonderfully young, and somehow he sensed that before dawn arrived, the ancient tree had one final secret left to share. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 11. The meadow remained wrapped in peaceful silence. No one hurried to leave after Arthur closed the book of quiet wishes. The moonlight poured gently through the ancient branches, turning every ribbon into a thread of silver. Somewhere in the distance, a nightingale began to sing. Its delicate melody drifted across the open fields before fading once more into the quiet. Lucas stood and smiled. The tree is awake now. Ethan looked up. It was asleep before. Lucas chuckled softly. Not asleep. Listening. He rested one hand upon the ancient trunk. My grandmother used to say, trees spend the day listening to people, and the night listening to the stars. Ethan placed his hand against the bark. It felt cool beneath the moonlight. Strong, steady, almost alive. He closed his eyes. For a brief moment, he imagined the countless seasons this tree had witnessed. Spring blossoms, summer sunlight, autumn leaves, winter snow, generations of travelers, thousands of quiet hopes. Yet the tree had never hurried. It had simply remained, growing one peaceful season at a time. Eleanor walked toward a narrow stone path that disappeared behind the tree. A tiny lantern glowed softly beside it. There's somewhere I'd like to take you. It's only visited at night. Ethan followed her. The path curved gently between flowering bushes whose white blossoms released a sweet fragrance into the cool air. Fireflies floated lazily among the leaves like tiny golden stars. After a short walk, the path opened into a hidden circle surrounded by ancient hedges. At its center stood 12 smooth stone seats arranged around a perfectly round patch of moss. No table, no statue, no fountain, only soft green moss glowing beneath the moonlight. Ethan looked around curiously. What is this place? Eleanor smiled. We call it the circle of listening. No one comes here to speak, only to hear. Ethan tilted his head. Hear what? Eleanor pointed gently toward the empty stone seats. Sit. He chose one of the smooth stones. It was surprisingly warm despite the cool night. One by one, Arthur, Lucas, Eleanor, and the other visitors quietly took their places around the circle. No one looked at one another. No one closed their eyes because they were told to. It simply happened. The meadow fell completely silent. At first, Ethan heard only the breeze. Then, the distant rustle of ribbons. A night bird calling softly across the hills. Leaves brushing gently together. His own breathing. The quiet beating of his heart. Minute by minute, the silence seemed to grow richer rather than emptier. He began noticing sounds he would normally overlook. A tiny insect moving through the grass. The gentle flutter of an owl's wings. The whisper of tall wildflowers bending beneath the wind. The world had never been silent. It had always been speaking softly. He had simply been too busy to notice. After what felt both like a few minutes and a lifetime, Lucas quietly opened his eyes. He smiled at Ethan. What did you hear? Ethan answered honestly. Everything. Lucas nodded. And what was the loudest sound? Ethan thought carefully. Then a peaceful smile appeared. The silence between them. Arthur's eyes brightened. Exactly. The pauses are what allow us to appreciate the music. Eleanor looked toward the moon shining above the great tree. Our lives are much the same. If every day were filled with noise, we would forget how beautiful peace can be. A gentle breeze drifted through the circle of listening. The moss shimmered softly beneath the silver light. No lesson had been forced. No lecture had been given. Only experience. Only quiet. And somehow, it had become one of the deepest lessons Ethan had learned on his journey. As everyone slowly stood, Lucas looked toward the eastern horizon. A faint silver glow had begun to appear beyond the distant hills. The longest part of the night has passed, he said softly. Before sunrise, the keeper of dawn will arrive. Ethan looked toward the first hint of approaching morning. Another gentle guide was waiting, and with them, the final lesson beneath the Tree of Quiet Wishes. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 12. The eastern horizon slowly began to brighten. Night had not yet disappeared, but the darkness was becoming softer, touched by the first hint of approaching dawn. The stars still shimmered above the ancient tree. One by one, however, they quietly surrendered their place to the coming morning. The visitors left the circle of listening without a single word. There was no need. The silence had already spoken. Together, Ethan, Eleanor, Arthur, and Lucas walked back toward the great tree. The ribbons now glowed silver beneath the fading moonlight. The paper lanterns rested peacefully among the willow circles. Even the white owl remained awake, watching over the meadow from its familiar branch. As they reached the ancient trunk, a new figure was waiting. She wore a long cloak the color of the morning sky. Her silver hair was braided with tiny white flowers still covered in dew. In her hands, she carried a woven basket filled with small glass bottles. Each bottle held only a single drop of crystal clear water. She smiled warmly. "You must be Ethan." Her voice was gentle enough to blend with the breeze. Ethan nodded. "And you are?" Arthur smiled. "This is Clara, the keeper of dawn." Clara bowed her head slightly. My work begins while the world is still deciding whether to sleep or awaken. Ethan looked curiously at the basket. What are those bottles? Clara carefully lifted one. It was no larger than the palm of her hand. Inside, the tiny drop of water reflected the moon, the stars, and the first light of dawn all at once. This, she whispered, is morning dew. Ethan smiled. Just dew. Clara laughed softly. Nothing is ever just anything. She walked toward a low branch where dozens of young leaves shimmered with tiny droplets. Every sunrise, I collect only one drop from each leaf. Never two. Never from the same leaf twice. Ethan watched her gently touch one bottle to a leaf. The single drop slipped inside without disturbing the rest. Her movements were slow, almost reverent. Why only one, he asked. Clara placed the bottle back into her basket. Because gratitude never takes more than it needs. The words settled into the quiet morning air. Ethan remembered the valley of morning bells, the circle of gratitude, the keepers who never removed a ribbon before the wind had released it. Every peaceful place seemed to share the same quiet respect for nature. Clara led them toward a small stone table hidden beneath one of the great roots. Upon it rested a shallow ceramic bowl filled with smooth white seeds. Each seed was no larger than a grain of rice. They're not tree seeds, Clara explained with a smile. They're wildflower seeds. She handed one tiny seed to Ethan. For every wish left beneath this tree, we plant something somewhere else. Ethan looked surprised. A flower? Clara nodded. Sometimes many flowers. Hope should never stay in one place. It should spread. Arthur smiled proudly. My grandfather began that tradition. Many of the flower meadows you've walked through were planted by travelers. Ethan thought back to the endless fields of daisies, lavender, and white blossoms he had crossed on his journey. Perhaps someone else's quiet hope had bloomed beneath his feet without him ever knowing. Clara gently poured one drop of morning dew onto the tiny seed resting in Ethan's palm. The seed shimmered briefly in the first golden rays of sunrise. Wherever your journey takes you next, she said softly, plant this, not because the flower needs you, but because the world always has room for one more act of hope. Ethan carefully placed the tiny seed inside the small cloth pouch that already held the dried cherry blossoms from the Valley of Morning Bells. Another quiet treasure, another gentle promise. Just then, the first ray of sunlight broke above the eastern hills. Golden light flowed across the meadow. It touched the ancient roots, the ribbons, the paper lanterns, the faces of every visitor gathered beneath the tree. The white owl silently spread its wings and glided into the forest, making way for the birds of morning. One by one, robins, finches, and bluebirds filled the branches with cheerful song. The tree of quiet wishes had welcomed another dawn. Clara smiled toward the brightening sky. The tree has one final gift before you continue your journey. Ethan looked up through the glowing canopy. The morning breeze stirred the ribbons once more. Somewhere among the highest branches, a single golden leaf began its slow, graceful descent toward the earth. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 13. The golden leaf drifted slowly through the morning air. It turned gracefully in the sunlight, catching beams of gold with every gentle movement. No one reached out to catch it. Everyone simply watched. The leaf seemed to know exactly where it wished to land. At last, it came to rest softly upon the open palm of Clara. She smiled, then turned to Ethan. "Every new day," she said quietly, "the tree chooses one leaf. It isn't the brightest. It isn't the largest. It is simply the one the wind carries." She placed the delicate golden leaf into Ethan's hands. Its surface felt surprisingly smooth. Tiny veins shimmered like threads of sunlight. Along one edge, barely visible, were words carved so finely that they seemed almost part of the leaf itself. "Hope grows best when it is shared." Ethan traced the letters gently with his fingertips. "They're beautiful." Clara nodded. "No one carved them. The leaf grew that way." Arthur smiled warmly. "My grandfather always said, the oldest trees have learned to write without ink." A few of the children who had arrived with the morning wandered happily beneath the branches. Instead of running noisily, they searched the grass for fallen leaves. Whenever they found one, they carefully placed it into small woven baskets. Ethan watched curiously. "What are they doing?" Eleanor smiled. "They're gathering tomorrow." Seeing Ethan's puzzled expression, she continued. "When the leaves become part of the soil, they feed the flowers. The flowers feed the bees. The bees help new trees grow." She looked around the peaceful meadow. Nothing here truly ends. It simply changes. One little boy approached Ethan carrying a tiny acorn. He couldn't have been older than 7. Without saying a word, he held it out with both hands. Ethan knelt beside him. "Is this for me?" The boy nodded with a bright smile. "My grandmother says, every traveler should plant one tree before they're old." Ethan accepted the little acorn carefully. "Thank you." The child beamed, then skipped happily back toward his family. Lucas laughed softly. "The youngest people often give the oldest advice." Everyone smiled. The morning breeze carried the sweet fragrance of wildflowers across the meadow. Birds fluttered joyfully from branch to branch. The ribbons shimmered beneath the fresh sunlight. Arthur slowly walked toward the enormous trunk. There, tucked between two ancient roots, stood a beautifully carved wooden box. Unlike the others Ethan had seen, this one was decorated with tiny stars, leaves, birds, rivers, and mountains, all carefully carved by hand. Arthur opened the lid. Inside rested dozens of polished wooden tokens. Each carried a different symbol: a feather, a bell, a river, a lantern, a flower, a compass, a tiny tree. Arthur gently lifted the wooden token carved with the image of a young tree. He handed it to Ethan. "Every traveler receives only one." "What does it mean?" Ethan asked. Arthur smiled. "It isn't a reward. It's a reminder." He pointed toward the carved tree. Trees never eat their own fruit. They never sit beneath their own shade. They spend their entire lives giving. He looked kindly into Ethan's eyes. "The greatest hopes are the ones we plant for someone else." Ethan turned the small wooden token over in his hand. It felt wonderfully familiar. Simple, quiet, like every treasure he had gathered along his journey. He slipped it carefully inside his leather journal beside the cedar bookmark, the golden ribbon, and the tiny morning bell. Each object carried a story. Each story carried a lesson. And each lesson was slowly becoming part of who he was. Clara looked toward the eastern road where the morning sun now shone brightly across the distant hills. "The road is beginning to call." Ethan nodded gently. He could feel it too. Every peaceful place had taught him to arrive slowly and to leave with gratitude, somewhere beyond those rolling hills. Another quiet destination was already waiting, and before he stepped onto that road, the Tree of Quiet Wishes still had one final farewell to offer. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 14. The morning sun climbed a little higher above the meadow. Golden light filtered through the vast canopy, and thousands of ribbons shimmered like gentle waves of color against the emerald leaves. The Tree of Quiet Wishes looked different now, not because it had changed, but because Ethan had. The same branches, the same ribbons, the same peaceful breeze. Yet everything seemed even more beautiful than when he had first arrived. Arthur noticed the thoughtful expression on Ethan's face. He smiled. That's one of the quiet miracles of traveling. Ethan looked toward him. You mean discovering new places? Arthur gently shook his head. No. He rested his hand against the ancient trunk, discovering new eyes. Ethan smiled softly. Arthur continued. When people first arrive, they usually ask, "What is special about this place?" He looked around the peaceful meadow, but when they're ready to leave, they begin asking, "How can I carry this peace with me?" Ethan knew exactly what he meant. Every peaceful place he had visited had left something behind inside his heart. Not something he could hold, but something he could become. Just then, Clara approached carrying a small woven cloth. Carefully folded inside, it was a handful of tiny white feathers, several dried wildflowers, and a few smooth pebbles collected from the meadow. She spread the cloth upon the grass. Before every traveler leaves, we make something together. Ethan knelt beside her. What are we making? A journey bundle. Lucas smiled. It isn't magic. It simply helps people remember. Clara picked up one dried white flower. This reminds us, beauty doesn't disappear just because a season ends. She placed it gently into the center of the cloth. Next, Arthur added a smooth white pebble. Gratitude gives every journey a strong foundation. Eleanor laid one tiny feather beside it. Let your worries become as light as this. Lucas smiled as he added a slender cedar flute reed. And always leave room in your life for quiet music. Finally, Clara looked toward Ethan. And you, what will you add? Ethan opened his leather journal. He looked at the quiet treasures he had gathered throughout his journey. The smooth river stone, the tiny seashell, the lavender blossom, the cedar bookmark, the golden ribbon, the wooden tree token, the tiny silver bell. For a moment, he wondered which one belonged inside the bundle. Then he smiled. He reached into a small pocket and removed something almost forgotten. The smooth cedar token Eleanor had given him on his first afternoon beneath the Tree of Quiet Wishes. The one carved with a single leaf. She looked at it and smiled warmly. You remembered. Ethan nodded. You told me to hold it someday. When my heart felt uncertain. He looked around the peaceful meadow. My heart doesn't feel uncertain anymore. So I think someone else may need it more. Without hesitation, he placed the cedar token into the center of the journey bundle. Eleanor's eyes filled with quiet happiness. You've understood. The greatest keepsakes aren't always the ones we keep. They're the ones we pass forward. Together, they carefully folded the cloth into a small square and tied it with a soft green ribbon. Clara placed the little bundle inside a beautifully woven basket. Every traveler leaves one, and every traveler receives one. She reached beneath the table and handed Ethan another small journey bundle. This one was made years ago, by someone you'll probably never meet. Ethan accepted it gently. It felt wonderfully light. Inside, he could hear the faintest rustle of dried leaves. Nothing more. No note. No name. Only quiet generosity from a stranger. He smiled. Some gifts carried no expectation of thanks. They simply continued traveling from one heart to another. The breeze stirred once again. High above, the ribbons whispered their endless song. Lucas looked toward the eastern road beyond the meadow. The morning is growing. Arthur nodded. And every road eventually asks us to keep walking. Ethan looked one last time at the great tree. He knew his farewell was close. But before he took his first step beyond the meadow, the ancient tree had saved its oldest tradition for the very end. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 15. The morning breeze moved gently through the meadow. The countless ribbons whispered together one last time, as if the ancient tree itself knew another traveler was preparing to continue the journey. Ethan stood quietly beneath the enormous branches. For the first time since arriving, he did not look upward. Instead, he looked at the roots. Strong, patient, hidden beneath the earth. He realized something. Everyone admired the beauty of the ribbons dancing in the wind. Very few noticed the roots that silently held everything together. Arthur stepped beside him. He seemed to know exactly what Ethan was thinking. My grandfather used to bring children here. They always looked at the branches first. He smiled. So he would ask them, which part of the tree is most important? Ethan answered softly, the roots. Arthur nodded. And do you know why? Ethan rested his hand against the ancient bark. Because no one sees them, but they make everything else possible. Arthur's eyes brightened. Exactly. He gently tapped the trunk with his walking stick. Kindness is much like the roots. It doesn't ask to be noticed. It simply keeps growing beneath the surface. For a few quiet moments, neither of them spoke. The wind carried the fragrance of wildflowers across the meadow. Birds greeted the morning from every branch. The tree of quiet wishes stood peacefully, just as it had for generations. Then Clara approached with a small wooden tray. On it rested tiny clay cups filled with warm herbal tea. Steam curled gently into the cool morning air. This is our farewell tea, she said with a smile. Every traveler shares one final cup. The tea was light, fragrant, and slightly sweet. Ethan recognized hints of chamomile, wild mint, and mountain honey. It warmed him from within. Lucas raised his little clay cup. To peaceful roads. Arthur smiled. To hopeful hearts. Eleanor added softly. To quiet mornings. They all looked toward Ethan. He thought for a moment before smiling. To the kindness we carry. Everyone nodded. It felt like exactly the right answer. After they finished, Clara carefully collected the empty cups. Instead of washing them immediately, she placed them beneath the great tree. Ethan noticed tiny birds hopping near them. They drink the last drops, Clara explained. Nothing here is wasted. Once again, Ethan smiled. Every tradition beneath this tree honored even the smallest gifts. Arthur reached into the pocket of his linen cloak. He removed an old compass unlike any Ethan had ever seen. It had no numbers, no directions. Instead, around its edge were only 4 simple words. Hope, gratitude, kindness, peace. Arthur placed the compass into Ethan's hands. It doesn't point north. It points inward. Ethan looked closely. The tiny needle moved gently before coming to rest. It pointed toward the word, kindness. Arthur smiled. It always points to the quality your heart needs most in that moment. Ethan turned the compass carefully. The needle remained steady. He slipped it into the same pocket as the golden ribbon and the wooden tree token. Another quiet reminder for the road ahead. The breeze became slightly stronger. For just a moment, every ribbon lifted together. Thousands of tiny wishes danced beneath the blue morning sky. The sight took Ethan's breath away. It looked less like ribbons, and more like hope itself learning to fly. Lucas watched with a peaceful smile. The tree is saying goodbye. Eleanor gently corrected him. No. She looked at Ethan. It's saying, until we meet again. Ethan smiled. Some places never truly became part of the past. They simply waited quietly inside the heart. Beyond the meadow, the eastern road shimmered beneath the sunlight. Another destination waited somewhere beyond the rolling hills. But before Ethan stepped through the old wooden gate, one final farewell still remained. The oldest blessing of the Tree of Quiet Wishes. Episode 8, The Tree of Quiet Wishes. Part 16, Finale. The old wooden gate stood open beneath the gentle morning sky. Beyond it, the winding road disappeared between rolling green hills kissed by golden sunlight. Ethan adjusted the straps of his backpack. Inside rested the quiet treasures he had gathered throughout his journey. The smooth river stone, the white seashell, the pressed lavender blossom, the tiny wooden windmill, the bottle of spring water, the cedar bookmark, the bronze key of quiet hearts, the little mourning bell, the silver bell bracelet, the golden ribbon, the wooden tree token, the journey bundle, the wildflower seed, and the compass that pointed not north, but toward kindness. None of them were valuable because of what they were made of. They were valuable because of what they reminded him to become. Arthur, Eleanor, Lucas, Clara, and the other keepers walked with Ethan to the wooden gate. No one rushed the farewell. The breeze carried the scent of wildflowers through the meadow. Above them, thousands of ribbons whispered together for what felt like one last conversation. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Clara stepped forward first. She gently placed both hands over Ethan's. Every traveler asks whether they will remember this place. She smiled. They always do, but not because of the tree. Ethan looked at her curiously. Then why? Because every time you choose hope instead of fear, you'll be standing beneath these branches again. Ethan lowered his eyes thoughtfully. Perhaps peaceful places never truly stayed behind. Perhaps they quietly traveled with us. Lucas reached into his satchel and removed a tiny cloth pouch. Inside was a single cedar flute reed. No matter where life takes you, he said, listen for gentle music. It often arrives before gentle change. Ethan thanked him and carefully tucked the reed into his journal. Arthur then stepped forward with a warm smile. My grandfather gave every traveler the same blessing. He rested one hand lightly upon Ethan's shoulder. He spoke slowly, clearly, as though each word had been carried through many generations. May your steps be unhurried. May your heart remain open. May your hopes become kindness. And may every road you follow lead someone else home. The meadow became wonderfully still. Even the ribbons seemed to pause for a heartbeat. Eleanor wiped a tiny tear from the corner of her eye and laughed softly. "They always make me cry." Everyone smiled. Then something unexpected happened. A cool breeze swept across the meadow. Not strong, not loud, just enough to stir every ribbon at once. Thousands of wishes lifted into the sunlight. Their colors shimmered together like waves upon a peaceful sea. At that very moment, one small white ribbon loosened from a low branch. It floated gently through the air, not toward Ethan, not toward the tree, but beyond the wooden gate. It danced along the road ahead, turning once, twice, then disappearing over the first green hill. Lucas smiled knowingly. "The wind has chosen your direction." Ethan looked toward the distant hillside. He smiled. Then, without another word, he took his first step onto the road. The little silver bell upon his wrist chimed softly. Ding. The morning bell tied to his journal answered. Ding. For a brief moment, it sounded almost as though the valley of morning bells and the tree of quiet wishes were wishing each other good morning through him. He walked slowly, not because he was reluctant to leave, but because he had finally learned that beautiful journeys were never measured by speed. As he reached the top of the first hill, he turned for one final look. The ancient tree stood peacefully in the middle of the meadow. Its branches stretched toward the sky. Its ribbons danced gently in the breeze. From that distance, it looked less like a tree and more like a living promise. A promise that hope, gratitude, and kindness could continue growing, one gentle heart at a time. Ethan smiled. Then he faced the road ahead, far beyond the rolling hills. Hidden beneath a sky of drifting white clouds, another peaceful destination quietly waited. A place where time itself seemed to slow, where every clock ticked only when someone smiled, and where an old watchmaker guarded one final lesson about patience. His next journey had already begun. To be continued. Next journey. Episode 9. The Clockmaker Who Measured Smiles. Asterisk, some moments become timeless, not because they last forever, but because they are filled with love. Asterisk, thank you for joining Ethan's journey. May you carry hope lightly, listen deeply, and discover quiet beauty wherever life leads you. Until our next story, sleep peacefully. Asterisk, asterisk.